vous avez les écouteurs, parce qu'en cas de questions de la part du public, je ne sais pas. Chester.
Vous l'avez, vous? Ouais, ouais, bon, ça marche. Très bien.
Donc on commence par Georgi.
Yes.
S'il y a une question en polonais, tu la traduis. Et si c'est en anglais, il n'y a pas de problème.
Ok. Et si en français, si en italien,
Moi,
En italien, ça va.
moi ça va aussi. On commence. On attend ce qu'on appelle chez nous le quart d'heure académique. Vous l'avez aussi?
On l'a bien.
Un quart d'heure académique. Il y a une habitude de commencer les conférences avec un quart d'heure de retard.
D'accord. Mais là, c'est plus même.
En général, c'est à 17h, non?
Ah oui, je sais pas.
Państwu, bonjour.
I have a pleasure of moderating this debate together with our guests. We're together with Géry, Leloutre, Maïllis, and Georgi Stanishev. Géry Leloutre is an architect. He is an urban planner, and he is a lecturer at the Faculty of Architecture in Leuven in Brussels. He is interested in the dynamism of urbanization, and he is also a specialist in spatial planning. In his doctoral thesis was done at the Brussels University and University of Venice, and he wrote about the transformation of Brussels in the 20th century. He also was managing one of the magazines on architecture, and in 2018 he started an architectural studio, Carbon, which actually is a cooperative. He also took part in many projects in Brussels together with many different partners. He also worked in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and also he has cooperated with the Association of Architects in the Congo, and he is also a lecturer and has also pursued scientific activities on urban development and spatial development. Together with us, we also have Georgios Maïllis from Charleroi. He is the chief architect of Charleroi, and he is a graduate of La Cambre in Brussels, that is the Faculty of Architecture in Brussels. He is a head of an architectural studio, and before that he has worked with Foster Architects and many other famous architects. And together with Julien Delis and François Defos, he established Reservoir Architectural Studio, and he works in Charleroi and in Brussels. He deals with public projects, deals with public planning on a large scale. He's also designing industrial buildings, public utility buildings, and he works in the residential sector as well. Since 2013, he has been chief architect of Charleroi. Georgi Stanishev is an architect stage director and lectures at Paris-Malaquais at the Faculty of Architecture. He deals with the aesthetic language of architecture. His activities cover scenography. Also, he deals with scenography of exhibitions and different events, and also he's dealing with the organization of different events. He also lectures at the Faculty of Architecture in Paris. And having met the arts director at Hermes, he started cooperation with that fashion house. And currently he is cooperates with the Hermes company. They organize exhibitions in France and in other countries. He is a PhD in architecture at the Paris-Est University and also works at the Sophia University and at Paris-Malaquais, where he has been lecturing since 2011. He reads lectures on the theory of architecture and planning. His urban planning methods and architectural methods in also take into consideration the experience of the Soviet architecture and its propaganda. My name is Lewicki. I am from Krakow. I'm an architect and I'm co-owner of an architectural company. So first Georgi will speak, then Géry, and then Georgios Maïllis will speak as the third person, and then we will move on to the debate, and we will have Q&A from the audience. And I'm looking forward to receiving the questions from the audience. Georgi, let's begin. Hello everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be in Krakow again. I had the pleasure of visiting this city back in 2015 as I was writing my PhD. So thank you very much for your kind introduction. It looks very serious as far as I'm concerned, but I will try to, in a very concise way, to talk about the notion of visual culture and also representation spaces in a socialist town. This is something that I was particularly interested in within my research, and in particular I am interested in a socialist realism type of a city. Such a city has its own specific features, and but as far as such a socialist realism city is concerned, in its basis there is a certain concept, and that is very well seen in many different places all over the former Soviet Union. Just to give some context, as far as my research activities are concerned, in 2015 I traveled across 8 countries of Central and Eastern Europe, and I wanted to understand how individual countries in their own political regime and cultural regime, how those countries were subjected to the cultural and political discourse imposed by the Soviet Union, by the Soviet Russia. So I wanted to see how the discourse was being absorbed, but also transformed and deformed. So let's move across those countries and have a look at some examples. And here you can see a map, and it actually shows how Moscow was expanding its own discourse, how Moscow was promoting its own attitude, and in fact those territories are very much present in this discourse due to the presence of big, huge buildings. Nowa Huta in Krakow is an example of that. Nowa Huta is one of the elements of that trip, that journey, and it's quite a special element. Now, I have posed a question, my research question, and the question that I have today as well. So we are talking about representation spaces. So basically, what is interesting for me is how authorities create new ways of representing their ideas, how they create public spaces, and how visual culture is used as stage design, basically, as a certain backdrop, backstage. But also we need to take into consideration the language of a city, the morphology of a city, because they were, in fact, creating new cities. So, in order to understand that approach, let's take a short tour around those countries. So, let's have a look at the times just after the October Revolution, 1917, 1918. Why that period? Because before we start our proper journey across many different European cities and their urban planning assumptions, this concept, that is the concept of a representation space, and I consider Nova Huta to be an example of such a space. So this space was originated right after the October Revolution, because new authorities were formed, and they focused on the certain propaganda projects, and it's monumental propaganda. So this is in fact quite a big project, and Lenin himself and his associates started that campaign in a very serious way. So the first reason for that was that the revolution was a brief event in its own right, and if we think of it, in fact, the revolution was not such a big event from given the scale of the country. However, cities started transforming. The way the cities look started changing, and they had to come up with new society. So there were new cities for new society. And by the way, a digression. So to make my method clear, I studied this discussion between an aesthetic discourse with other elements, and I'm not focused on politics, and I do not want to underestimate post-war socialist heritage. I'm not doing that. I'm rather interested in different types of the aesthetics of that period of time, something that we can see in representation spaces. So again, let me go back to 1918 and the subsequent period until 1921, because this is when the monumental project was started for the monumental visual transformation of cityscape. In the initial period, they were adapting spaces. They were adapting visual spaces, and public spaces were being adapted using very simple means. For instance, if some major events were being organized and they were quite ritualistic for the Soviets, they were simply transforming buildings in a very short period of time, because the whole point was to do it quickly. But, of course, that was not permanent transformation of a city. So it was rather a short-term approach, just to serve the purpose of individual events that were being staged from time to time. And first, those were events to commemorate the revolution itself, and then they started celebrating the revolution. Michalski says that the first victory of the revolution was coming up with the concept of a people's holiday. So this is how a new society was being formed. And also, it was generally considered that such public celebrations should take place in public spaces, and thus visual space within cities had to be transformed. And to quote him, he said, "This is how we will give a possibility to masses to think about themselves as actors and subjects of the revolution and not objects of the revolution in this revolutionary spectacle." So the whole point was to be an actor in their own play and not merely an object. And here we can see different pictures and also photographs that I'm going to show you fairly quickly. They show a certain journey within this new aesthetic layer. It was quite a fleeting one in the beginning, and therefore the new space would be arranged for a couple of weeks and days just for the sake of an event. Especially, it was particularly very well seen in St. Petersburg and in Moscow, as public spaces were already present there. And sometimes perhaps we even should be we can see that it was a rather ironic attitude to those spaces. So, for instance, they were modernizing those spaces just for a specific need. So in fact, there was rather a performance. It was a short-term performance arranged in a public space. And this is how subsequently new functions and features were added on. For instance, the stands for the audience, and later on the stands turned out to be a very important accessory. And so we have to think about it in terms of a square, a public space, being a work of art in its own right. And this is how the authorities and society were trying to gain some shape through this aesthetics. For instance, we see Altmann's project. He was an architect, an artist. He was a futuristic architect from the 1920s. And so he thought, in November 1918, he thought of this transformation of this square by adding colors, and thought of adding some geometrical features. And also he thought of introducing an element of flame, of fire. This is how he was ironically thinking of the destruction of the Vendôme column in France. So he thought of using this color, yellow and red color, and having this podium inside and around everything as if on fire. And another project to the right, that is the Winter Palace. And the Winter Palace, in fact, becomes a backdrop for a huge stage. But the audience would enter the square in front of it, and the panoramic view around would serve as a stage. So here to the left we see the Revolution and Red districts, the Neva River, and the Winter Palace inside. And here we see some other examples. Here we can see the evolution of the way of thinking about decoration. So first it's something fleeting and very much image-based, but then later on, subsequently, that would become a new type of space that takes into consideration a public space which hosts a certain performance, a certain spectacle.
The architecture that was presented in those through mock-ups is this very simple form of decoration made of very cheap materials, as you can see on the left, or like the mock-up of Tatlin's famous Third International, the monument to the Third International, that is, and the design on the left. These are normally separate pictures, but here they are juxtaposed, and that's why it looks like this. Or that model or mock-up that is a design of a prefabricated elements production plant. Why do I talk about those? Well, I'm interested how those very dense in their message, those events that have been organized since the 1920s in the rhythm of successive decades. So how those, even after the Second World War, would be developing. Now, after Lenin's death in the 1920s, there was a sudden transformation. Stalinist culture arose, and subsequently Stalinist culture became the prototype, the burning flame that was later exported, that provided the start for developing multiple urban spaces in Central and Eastern Europe. And that transformation, after that reinforcement, was quite clear and fairly legible, not in a transient and fleeting concept of an event, of an important moment, but through the assumption that architecture in itself, the new architecture, the new city, through its language, should take the place of the old one, and now it should eternally, forever and ever, embody the challenges of the monumentalist propaganda. Here, certainly, you know those examples. They have been repeatedly discussed by Lenin. For example, the City of the Sun. That's Thomas Campanelli's Utopia, a particular utopist 1926 tale, an utopian tale about an ideal life that is built on the plan of a circle. However, what is interesting here for Lenin and Nakalski, and then for Lenin, is the fact that, as such, the buildings in Campanelli's tale are absolutely open, if I may say so. Well, there are bas reliefs, there are paintings, there are frescoes, and there are statues that tell the tale of the principle governing this city as such. This is the externalization of the representational space. And architecture as such should embody this discourse. Obviously, this is connected to the return to neoclassicist architecture. That's a term that I use quite freely. Neo-eclectic, I could call it. Anything can be synthesized.
And any reference to the past may serve as a certain magma that allows us to change the composition of our own narrative. So this is how we can create many different types of synthesis. We create certain unity between what is classic and romantic. And classical, in fact, is the basic language of this type of architecture, but also romanticizing national history is quite important. So here we can see some amalgamation with national specifics and regional specifics, and also the synthesis of the urban space with the countryside. And that means architects have to think in terms of new cities, total cities that are also united with the nature, but also they had to take into consideration whatever was modern and also whatever was going beyond time limits. So there's Soviet palaces, and those are some prototypes, and in fact we will see quite a number of different prototypes. This is a flagship project and quite a controversial one, and the entire Soviet culture is here we can see that the Soviet architectural style is moving away from European roots. Le Corbusier, for instance, they were taking part in international competitions, but they could not take part in these competitions. So in the Soviet Union, they were detaching themselves from the European thought. But what is quite interesting in this particular story, they started expanding this Soviet culture in the post-war world. So this is the palace. This is one palace that has never been built. It was supposed to be built in Moscow, but it has never been built for many different reasons. And it was partially destroyed and then used as, its material was used for the barricades around Moscow during World War II. But then this building was kind of copied around and was rebuilt as a smaller building, smaller palace. So the big palace is still in the minds, it's still in the imagination. But this is the first small mock-up of that big palace that was meant to come to its existence, but never did. So this is the Rudnevs. This is the university building by Rudnev. Rudnev was a very important architect in that period, but then we had quite a series of similar buildings, and those buildings create the first circle of such monumental buildings. Later on, in the 1940s and in 1950s, that was we see how this process was progressing, and it's quite a clear expansion of this attitude to architecture. So we see that that was quite a fairly aggressive export of Soviet models to other European countries that have become part of the Soviet bloc. So one of the first buildings that was built is the one in Warsaw. So in fact, that the building in Warsaw was designed by a group of Soviet architects. They came to Poland during the implementation of the project, and they visited Zamość, they visited Kraków, so they visited quite a number of places important from the point of view of local culture. But their purpose was to find some local features that could be included. So in fact, they had that challenge, and it was quite a controversial task. So they wanted to somehow harness this building, place it in a local context. So they wanted to have this Moscow idea be somehow contextualized in the Polish local features. So now we have to think of the city of Warsaw. Well, of course, you know it much better than me that this city was laid in ruins after World War II. Initially, the idea was to erect a number of different towers, a number of different palaces, and the idea was that those buildings would somehow mix up with the already existing historic fabric, so they were meant to develop a certain synthesis of unity.
Now let me quickly pass on to the following elements. All around those replicas there were places for demonstrations, for various shows, and that was this parallel space. For example, it's Marszałkowska Street, the place for the military parades. That was how it was supposed to be used. And I was interested in how the events were represented within those architectural frameworks, how they were extemporized, and how the idea of just being festive or holding festive moments in this even empty square was held. Let me return. I don't know if I have more time. This series of events that I'm mentioning, I'm not going to dwell too long upon it, but I would return to the reconstruction of Eastern Berlin, Marxallee. That was to be the place of military parades along the city, and also this was to be also a certain traveling connection, a link of buildings and tales that we can give its own name. We can speak of ceramics being the vehicle of reinforcing the propaganda, something that reinforces this ephemeral decorum that wasn't permanent, something that we had already seen and that was now not to change. That's the reconstruction of those small palaces that obviously lasted on. Also in Bucharest, we can see it here. We can say that it's a small palace, but this is the largest building ever built. In Romania, it was only Ceausescu's palace that beat it. That is a particular center for the media based on small detail that is actually invisible. There's also another palace, the Družba Hotel in Prague. It was designed and built by a team of military engineers, not only architects. The history of that building is quite a turmoil. This typology that could have been moved out to other countries is transferred very directly. Here we can see an example of such a implementation in Sofia. We can see that where wartime damages took place, a building of this type could be created, could be put up. And the architectural system was a novelty here. It was implemented as a novelty along this very strange line that nonetheless made an allusion or continuation of the past. This is where a new layer of decoration was developed. Flags, ribbons, posters. That was designed also as a place for grand open events, stately events, a city that is close to Nowa Huta in its assumptions. Dimitrovgrad, also in Bulgaria. That was a new city, however, it was based on the past, was developed as an industrial city from multiple villages, just like Nowa Huta. It developed around the large industrial plant, chemical plant in this case. There is theatrical space, and there is also a center for military parades. This is the detailed plan of a city that is gradually starting from a very clear representation something that later washes out or becomes obliterated into a municipal park. This is a city gate, very much like the gate in Nowa Huta. It's very similar to the gate which leads you out from Nowa Huta. Both cases show the link with the production plant. The plans of these designs are similar. Everything is based on the axial order, a minor palace that in most cases is designed for the authorities, whether authorities of a city or district, and this follows the typology of a large palace or tower. That's typical of the architecture I'm discussing. Also, that architecture in Poland. Other elements include monumental staircase, following the architecture of the city of Zamość. Here we can see more examples, and let's see another industrial district which was designed as an ideal city. It was on the periphery of Ostrava, and this also shows the monumental and highly stately character of those structures. At the same time, that was a place where you lived and a place where you run the parades, so that was a stately place as well. Architecture was different and architectural culture was different. I don't have time to discuss that in greater detail, though. Let me only be brief and touch upon this fact that I will give you a final conclusion after bombarding you with all the photographs and comments. What interesting thing can you do about this decoration? Because I call all that concept a decoration. Naturally, this notion of mine covers plenty of things, from the whole setting of the event down to the bas reliefs and the figural compositions. And in this way, I just show that they are alike. A series of actions taken against the laws and regulations that are hidden in Sofia, you could say. In this case, we see the Red Army. That's a 1954 monument in the honor of the Red Army. In 2015, it was totally repainted, in a way dressed in costumes, altered. And as you see, the Soviet figures were replaced with the superheroes. This is the first time you winked, you really batted your eyelid. It was both positive and negative, and certainly ironic to that. That irony resulted in other uses of those monuments. In May 2013, for example, on the anniversary of May 68, those statues were painted red in Prague on the Red Army monument. Bulgaria asks for forgiveness, and that's of course an allusion to Bulgarians participating in the pacification of Prague in March 68. Or then years later in Kiev, in Maidan, those sculptures speak. We see that those figures are repainted into the Ukrainian colors, Ukrainian national colors, in the name of a certain cause. Of course, that cause is disputable, but that's a historical comment. Let me present to you another historical comment, also making use of bas relief. And this is an allusion to what happened in Crimea in 2014. And in the cutting forest, we can see Polish flag here. And we can see two sculptures here painted to Ukrainian and Polish colors. Thank you very much, Georgi, for that contribution. And may I now ask the next speaker, that's Géry. I believe this one works. All right. As we have already seen a panorama of the aesthetic qualities of Nowa Huta, let's continue this trip, this journey through the new cities to see the relationships between the new cities in Belgium. Practically, there are no new cities in Belgium, and when we discuss those, well, there is that model city from 1958, which is just a large settlement of community housing, but it's far behind what we can see, for example, in Nowa Huta. So perhaps we shouldn't address new cities, perhaps new settlements, new urbanization, perhaps, would be the proper argot. Let me present to you 4 points. Each of them will take 5 minutes of your time. We're not losing time for the synopsis or table of content. This is the first element, that's something that's specifically Belgian. A way how a city is developed in Belgium. In English, you speak of cheap urbanization and opportunistic urbanization at times, perhaps as well, while we just construct further road and rail infrastructure. And then the city is built around or between elements of that infrastructure to exploit it. On the left hand, we have Charleroi, and we can see here mass housing. There are some industrial centers and plants, and it was the same with Brussels. The city develops with the development of infrastructure. What does that mean? It means that in Belgium we have a clear division of the roles between the public authority that creates the functional and the private, which builds the city. Once we're in Belgium, we have businesses along the motorways and houses, for example, settlements, along the roads. This is the same design, the same dynamic. First, you construct the infrastructure, which results from the economic development, from the construction of motorways, cheap transport, municipal transport from the 1930s. Development of a metropolitan network in Belgium, of a rail grid that covers the territory of the whole country from the sea to the Ardennes, to the mountains. What we have here is strong decentralization of land management at the level of a municipality, and municipalities are in many cases very small. Other than that, at the level of public investments, the housing resources are paid from funds which go to the building of single-family homes, far more into those than into classical community housing units which are built elsewhere. This is this background which shows that the development of urbanism in Belgium was different. We have Nebelstad, which is a nebula city, perhaps, or maybe some kind of mist, very nebulous mist, where some points of concentration occur. These points of concentration first appeared close to the shopping centers, I would like to say. I'm not going to use this English term, so just trading establishments that are on the periphery of all the cities, Charleroi, Ghent, and Brussels. These are built as private initiatives. Now, in reference to the new cities, for example, those above here, Stockholm, for example, we want to create new cities around the new model of trade that moves out to the uptown. Funnily enough, and also worryingly, there is a system of distributing the commercial materials from those commercial centers. Let's see how this corresponds to the urban development of individual communities in Brussels. This is the southwest of Brussels. We have a powerful correlation and linkages between the development of commercial establishments and the development of new districts. What meets here are the commercial sector and the public authorities at the municipal level, and they organize those successive settlements, those successive locations. Here we can see houses. This is the Western Shopping Center, and we can see here that this is a sprawling settlement, typical of Belgium. Now, this is based on mutual neighborhood, and the idea of the cities that was developed back in the 1920s in the US. The places that have everything that you need to live, to function. What we have here is the example of Anderlecht, and what we find most interesting here is the fact how this model developed in the 1950s, because the developments in Belgium made us or forced us to train urban developers, urban experts, and there is a demand from the state that it does spatial planning, zoning. And we now should consider Brussels. Brussels is concentrated in the center, and an intention is to create a green city around it, which is to be developed despite everything, even despite the lack of plan. And the fact that, well, we can see here 3 municipal plans from different municipalities on the periphery of Brussels, and those municipalities try to develop this green city, developing districts, building districts that will be a particular passage from the city to the rural area. How is this going to be organized? Well, differently than the urbanization that nobody deals with. Well, definitely trying to create a particular neighborhood, trying to order this daily life. We have, for example, here the high blocks, and they are trying to build also those community housing units. Now, what happens in parallel? luckily, the developer sector is developing very quickly after the Second World War. And before the Second World War, it was only starting up. But after the Second World War, it developed really powerfully. And that sector matured as soon as the cities and districts wanted to build green sections, green areas. Clima, large Belgian company, for example.
They build one type of residential flats only. That's quite a famous type of building. It's not social housing, it's just communal housing. So always the same density, always the same layout, always the same flat, always the same proportions of built-up area to undeveloped areas. And this is how the housing is cheap. But it's not actually residential housing built for public, using public funds. So it's highly available, but it's not being financed from public funds. And here we see another district, one of the municipalities, and those districts have started implementing a plan. The plan actually is going to be implemented by private developers, so they are not going to develop just one or two buildings, they're going to develop entire districts. And of course it's going to be mutual cooperation both ways, and they're not only creating a specific type of residential building, but they're also addressing it to middle class that works in the city, that work in Brussels, but you may think of Antwerpen or Charleroi or other Belgian cities. So all those who work in the city who do not have enough funds to buy a big flat in the city, and they also do not want to have too big a flat too far from the city center. So if you look at the ring road around Brussels, this is where such a development is going to take place. So all of the developer plans are right now being implemented along the ring road. And this is being addressed to the people who want to live in the peripheries. And this is another example. This is the CRM program, CRM from the rational and modern construction. So that was the ambition. So what this company is proposing, they're proposing this type of housing development. So such companies went bust in the 1970s because the financing system was not profitable. But in any case, this cooperation, this public-private cooperation meant that they came up with the so-called conventional urbanization. It is conventional, it's contractual, so to speak. So this is the result of certain agreements between the public sector and private sector. And so the idea was that they would be developing whole segments of cities, providing for housing. And it's quite a direct relation, unlike in France, because in France we have a mixed model. In this case, those are other officials or local politicians, local councillors who work directly, cooperate directly with developers. Well, sometimes that cooperation was not really clean, so to speak. Sometimes there were some other agendas, but this is how they started developing rather ambitious residential plans for lower income middle class. But again, let me reiterate, that was not a public program. There are many different elements of political incentives, and the idea is to create a green crown around Brussels. So in Antwerpen, in Liège, and Louvain, all of that is to create this type of space. And this is how the situation is being developed in and around Brussels. Actually, I had 3 minutes per slide only, so I need to conclude. and also Georgios after me is going to. He is the chief architect. He cooperates with private companies, so he is the one to talk about it. But this contract-based development is actually an unofficial way of cooperation. There are no stiff rules, there are no principles, there are no laws that would clearly define the duties or obligations of all the parties. So what was happening in the 1960s and in the 1970s was not actually completed, has never been completed, and that's why we have such people as the chief architect of Brussels or the chief architect of Charleroi, and they're facing problems because they have now problems with developing coherent cities in Belgium. Thank you. Thank you, Géry. We have an opportunity to see differences between the West and the East. And I'm thinking about this conventional urban development is quite similar to what we see in Italy, to the best of my memory. In Italy, they have a very similar system. So this is how they develop actually public buildings. And now the last presentation in this session, Georgios Maïllis, and he is going to speak about Charleroi. He's the chief architect in Charleroi. And what is important, Georgios is not an municipal employee. His position is quite peculiar, quite interesting. He's got quite interesting experience. So over to you. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for your kind invitation. Indeed, Charleroi is the town of 200,000. It's just to the south of Brussels, and Charleroi is within a metropolis of 600,000, and it's quite a strange town because in 2012 some projects appeared with the objective of rejuvenating, refreshing this town, given its past. So it's quite a specific project, and so our initial assumption was that we would engage only architects into this project, but then later on we established a multidisciplinary team. We invited some artists, and so we understood that together we can develop some interesting urban development ideas. I have two parts of my presentation. I have little time, therefore I will try to be concise. So in Charleroi, we had to address a number of crises, and so we had different crisis management strategies. So there were a series of different crises. The first crisis was in the beginning of the 20th century, that is in 1911. So as you can see, industry was all over the place. From the economic point of view, that was very much advantageous. However, we have inherited this type of a map, and it's quite difficult to manage a territory like that. So this area has been wounded, has been harmed in many different places. So we even spoke about the shock of the 1970s. Some industries were going down, but the sites were out there, and no one knew what to do about those industrial sites. And even a couple of years ago, a big factory of Caterpillar with 5,000 employees was actually shut down, and those persons were laid off. They lived in catastrophic conditions. That was a big shock for the city. So Charleroi is a specific place. Here we can see a book under the title Charleroi, the Earthquake. And in 2007, one of the local politicians was put into prison. So we do have stories like that in Belgium as well. And in the beginning of the 21st century, Charleroi was considered to be a lost city of lost people. The statistics were horrible. In the 1960s, 25,000 people lived in the city center. Recently, it was only merely 10,000. So we had to do something to invite people to go back to the city center so that they live in the city center. So a number of political decisions were taken and has been taken, and the idea was to build some commercial centers in the peripheries, but the entire traffic actually moved out of the city center to the peripheries. So in the city center, we do not have office space, and all offices have moved outside the city center. So it's a city without a heart. This heart is no longer beating. We're masters of creating such spaces. So Charleroi is considered to be the ugliest town in the world, which is incredible. I mean, this is quite a feat to be the ugliest. So let's have a look at the projects, and there are different types of projects that we have implemented, both tangible and intangible. So, as I say, we immediately understood that we have a number of interesting projects that could be implemented, and that was the result of inviting many different people into the team. Of course, all of those projects are quite time-consuming. Something had to be disassembled, dismantled. We had to do some planning and thinking, and then to build. So, for instance, redoing a small flat may take 2 to 3 years. Now, think about the scale of an entire town. During my first term of office, by the end of my first term in office, I had not seen any project completed. So we started working with software engineers, with artists, and this is how we started developing intangible projects. But such intangible projects can assume a form very quickly, unlike many other architectural projects. So one of the first projects, quite an interesting project, was developing a new imagery, a new imagination about this town. Earlier, the ideas we were using, the graphic layout we were using, were not adequate from the point of view of the new understanding of the city. So new imagery had to be developed so that the residents would feel pride and could be proud about their cities, so that they could say that, okay, something interesting is going to be developed in this city in just a few years. But they were saying, many people were saying that that would be impossible, that some specific and quick activities had to be implemented first. And we also introduced a new graphic identity. For instance, during a football match at the stadium, we would present different graphic elements, and such graphic elements were present in the private sector as well. And we also reorganized our local events, and before that, Charleroi didn't host any events. That was a big failure of that city, and the residents of Charleroi would rather travel to other places to take part in an event. For instance, there is the St. Nicholas village, so people simply would go elsewhere. So local residents would go to Liège, would go to Brussels, but would not have their own site to visit, their own St. Nicholas village, so to speak. So we thought, okay, let's think about it, let's do something about it. And so gradually we started filling the local calendar with different events, and those events were accompanied with specific graphic layout. And finally, the residents did not have to leave. They simply could take part in their own events. So this is how we started arranging local public spaces. We made it, and we have been able to rejuvenate local or revive local public spaces, something that you can see on these pictures. And in fact, the main events could be described in the main items of that program. Means that we started developing a so-called hypercenter. The red color indicates all zones that are being developed within the framework of different projects. So the idea is to return some basic functions back to the city center. That also meant that we had to secure political buy-in. We also had to somehow attract different institutions back to the city center just to convince the decision makers to move their institutions, their offices back to the city center. There is a high town, there is a low town, and the idea was to give sense to the landscape and to give new functions, to give new meaning to the structures. And also we needed to somehow revive the river. So along the river bank, so we started developing new areas, new spaces, new green areas. And this square used to be a car park, which was crazy. But this is public space. It's a public square, and so initially it was used by cars only, not by people. And this is one of the shopping malls, and around this shopping mall we have an array of smaller shops. And the idea was to introduce the shopping center in the city center and not in the periphery. Some of the buildings were in a dilapidated condition, so we had to renew them. So actually we had to basically redesign some of the old buildings in the city center. So this is our cultural center, completely renewed. And let's have a look at the streets. The streets have become lively again. And there is a lot of private capital in the streets now, and also many public investments were carried out in that area. And in fact, the public sector has been cooperating with the private sector and using quite a number of different funds. As far as the river is concerned, it used to be just a long stretch of car parks, but we renewed the riverbanks. Now we have pedestrian zones, pedestrian paths along the river. And now we see that the town life is back. So this project is being nicely developed now. That's the business quarters, business district. There was quite a haggle between different private and public institutions. We will even have a small marina in this business sector, and here we see quite a number of private initiatives that are to be developed in that district. And that's a railway station, together with a promenade. This promenade has been remodeled, and this is the upper town. And the upper town has been reconstructed due to some EU funding. So the city is reviving, and those are public spaces. Some other examples of public spaces. That's a new university campus, and this is something we're working on right now. So all main plans, wherever there were problems, wherever the problems of connecting the periphery with the city center, we tried to connect somehow. and to fill in the gaps because there were some missing spaces. That project was done by one of the Paris companies. It's a private initiative, private investment. I like it a lot. That's a project for the development of a decathlon. Decathlon was fighting against the mayor. They wanted their project to be approved, so we designed a building for them, quite an interesting building, in cooperation with Decathlon. So as far as the roofing is concerned, as you can see, it's a football pitch and some other sports pitches on the top. So people do sports on the rooftop.
It is quite an interesting thing, really. This is a territorial project, as we not only focused on the city center, we also want to say what is happening outside it. That's quite an interesting map. We can see all the red areas along the line of this public transport that can be urbanized, that can be developed. That's where the large projects are developed. And well, the priority here are green areas. Residential areas, schools, transport, public transport infrastructure, and also a fire station, a large hospital. This is a huge investment, 500 million euro. Here, all the ecosystem, sectoral. It's very hard to explain in such a short time. Here we have the master plan, which we can say that it can make an allusion to Nova Huta. This is for the western gate of Charleroi, that it's industrial area, and we closing the study in the first master plan. We working on it with an Italian design office, and these are brownlands, more than 200 hectares of closed industrial sites. In Charleroi, we can change that into a district, a pleasant district. We're trying to connect that district to the center of Charleroi, and we're trying to connect the center to the periphery. Let's finish with this photo. This is what this brownland looks like now, and Paul Vigano architectural study will now be turning this area, the 200 hectares. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you, Georgios. We have seen a panorama of industrial cities of the Eastern Bloc. We have seen a vision of urban development and construction in Belgium, and we've examined that special case, Charleroi. Charleroi is indeed a special case, the ugliest city in the world, which I believe will be easy to change, because once it's the ugliest, every little will help to change that status. Because we're in Poland, we're in Kraków, and we like to look back here, especially in Kraków we do. I'd like to start our short debate from a memory. A memory comes from the Middle Ages. We are in 1994. I was 18 at the time, and in my secondary school I participated in an exchange. That was the school number 5. We had an exchange with a class from the region of Paris, and young people from France came here to Kraków, and one of the boys had a tour guide, and that was a Michelin. And there was something that was really striking for me. I found particular information there. Nowa Huta is situated 12 kilometers away from Kraków, the most bourgeois city in Poland. Those two notions were striking for me. First, that Nowa Huta is 12 kilometers away, so it's not a part of Kraków, it's a separate entity, which I had not known earlier. And then that Kraków is this most bourgeois city in Poland. As a student of secondary school, I didn't understand that. Years have passed. I'm bourgeois now myself. I'd say I'm an aging bourgeois. With the passage of time, you probably know Brassens's song that the bourgeois are like pigs. The older they go, the more of fools they are. So I wonder where the fashion for Nowa Huta now comes from. Georgi, perhaps you could say something about that. The fashion, the interest with Nowa Huta, because we, the Kraków bourgeois, don't go, the burghers of Kraków don't go to Nowa Huta. Now perhaps only for the last 10 years there has been a certain interest, and I find it really surprising. Could you tell me where does this come from? I wouldn't be able to explain it to you. There's no single explanation for that interest. I could try, though. I could try to give you my interpretation. Perhaps this interest stems from this quite enigmatic interest in the socialist communist past of Europe. Perhaps communist past is not the best term. I mean here the ideological project and all those, everything that really embodied it in Nowa Huta, fragments of the city that are the implementation of that project. Those few last photos perhaps are an answer. We're trying to break it in, to repaint it, to give it new dresses, also new dresses to the statues. And this presence of the past in the new life is somewhat intriguing, but it's also something that may be worrying. What do the others think about that? Georgios? Speaking of Nowa Huta, I'm not really capable of speaking too much about it, but there's been quite a nostalgia recently in France. This romantic take at the times of the Soviet Russia of what we call as real socialism. Perhaps there were some positive elements there. Two blocs clashed, their ideologies clashed, and there came the time that in Belgium, for example, we had punks. There were different polemics on the ideology. Perhaps those cities were destructive for the human, but they also cared for the human. What I'm driving at is this nostalgia that's been mentioned. Well, let's try like this. I believe there is a certain involvement of a generation who are around 50, like me, who are now old enough to be involved in professional lives, people who want to make impact on Belgium. We have Sambra and Moza rivers, Sambra mentioned by Georgios before. And many architects, urban developers studied in Brussels, but they're moving to the cities where they were growing. And that's why in Charleroi, for example, we have a university. And that's where I see this interest in returning to the roots. Now, as far as the districts in Brussels are concerned, those residential blocks, today they raise plenty of interest. They used to be called even hen houses, shoeboxes. They were considered anti-residential locations. Today they are managed by housing co-ops, and it was said that this is not too good, but we can see high quality of life there, and we're talking about a lot of people living there, 25,000 people, for example, and about a market that has lower prices of real estate, lower by 20-25%, because they had bad press. They were not too popular. You need to invest into that real estate because they are aging, but that's quite a large sector. And like I wanted to bear out a moment ago, this space, urban space, is strongly divided into those micro plots. It's not like in Nowa Huta where we have a huge plant and a city around, but there are plenty of independent plants that are not a single design in Belgium, and plenty of small houses of small districts around. And now these were built often on plots that belonged to a single owner. We talk a lot about ecology. We should believe that we've got plenty of interlocutors who partners, and we can negotiate with them. Then we can discuss parks, places for children, and that can perhaps explain why things go like that. There's plenty of space in such cities. For a long time, it was considered waste space, but now it seems that those areas with plentiful greens, with plentiful space, they are believed to be interesting. We can see that we cannot be severed from the fate of the entire planet, and we see that the cities that we used to despise suddenly gain new value for historical reasons. For example, the idea of a new city is important also in Belgium. You used to say that modern cities hold no culture within, unlike the ancient cities, and that's why Charleroi, for example, was despised. And nonetheless, it turns out that these cities now become interesting? I think it's very difficult to answer that question. It would take us most of the night. I'm Greek by birth, and everyone knows that making reference to classical architecture, well, I think it's a fantasy, and today such a fantasy has been switched to other tracks. Speaking of Nowa Huta, you can see a powerful load of contemporary aesthetics that's new. There's something that makes you puzzled, that puzzles the artists. I lived close to the Western Gate on the 6th floor in a block, and every week or every 2 weeks there was an artist from some distant corner of the world who visited Charleroi. I remember a Detroit-based photographer who arrived there and who liked that city very much. And 20, 30, 40 years ago, the artists had some fantasies about that place. Now, today, there is a new urbex-like thing or activity. I don't know whether this is effect of fashion, and perhaps soon these will be treated like the archaeological sites in Greece. Perhaps this is how we're going to treat those. Now, optimism-wise, how do you see the future? That's a question to you, gentlemen. How do you see the future of Charleroi, Dimitrovgrad, and of other cities connected so strongly to industry? What is your opinion on that? The cities are they capable of competing with other cities, historical, monumental, and so on? What is your opinion about that? Is such an archaeology comparable with Athens or other cities like Rome, other historical, monumental cities? You mustn't underestimate the importance of historical industrialization. We come out from 2 centuries of very intensive blind industrialization. We're leaving that aside, I can say that. I was born in 1979. In Belgium, that was the end of industrialization. That industrialization created, coined, formed the contemporary people really as serious products, serial products. Therefore, you can understand what we experience today. All that results from a process that changed the face of the world. I believe that even if this chapter has been closed for Europe, for the heavy industry, most of it, Europe geographically, I mean here geographic Europe, we realize how important that phenomenon was, how important was that process. Archaeology in Greece is a particular matrix of Europe. And it's the same with the Roman culture and with the history of France. However, gradually, this cultural trace or the cultural brand that is vested in us, but that as yet has not gained any shape. This industrialization is going to crop up, it's going to come out from the shadow. We are quite aware of the social gravity. We discussed that in a taxi coming here with Georgios. We discussed this, speaking of Charleroi. Whenever you enter a district, you see that there are whole social layers from different countries that have passed through this district, even Poles.
So, lots of people have moved through those districts, and those were people sometimes happy, sometimes not happy. So it's important to understand that, so as to understand modern history, right? I mean, you cannot understand the today without the yesterday, and the modern man of the 21st century cannot understand the reality if he or she does not understand the significance of industrialization. And the same goes true with regard to Nowa Huta. Nowa Huta is being popular. It's partially due to nostalgia, but that's because Nowa Huta is a part of our modern life, and it's also part of history. And it's the same is happening in Charleroi. So we simply need to understand this human architectural and industrial fabric, so it will help us to understand those cities. So Charleroi. Georgios, in Charleroi, your team, you started changing the city. So is Charleroi changing? For instance, how about prices, real estate prices, or how about rental prices? Have they changed? Actually, I would like to go back to your previous question. I showed you a map of industrial Charleroi from 1911. So you might remember how many industrial sites were out there. And in the past, industrialists were using that territory to their own needs. They didn't care about the rest. They needed land. They were developing factories. And this is how our territory in Charleroi has been defined by industrialists. So we are a fully industrial town. There was little urban design in the past. So now we have to be careful about this industrial heritage. We cannot totally discard it. It's also important from the political point of view to have good contacts with different industries. So the situation is more complex as far as design is concerned, as far as projects are concerned. We are also creating a new cityscape. We're creating landscape, so we can create more optimistic future by adding different types of activities. As far as the prices are concerned, well, that is a devious question, I guess, because Charleroi was considered to be a waste bin of Belgium, being the ugliest town in the world. And before it becomes a beautiful place, a lot of time will pass. Maybe it's not that important to be a beautiful city, but it's important to have a face. And this is what we're working on at Charleroi, to have a face, how to use the landscape that we have. And how to create a different type of landscape, something that you mentioned, so that we also become a city unlike other cities in Belgium. Our prices have not yet gone up per square meter, so we still have a possibility of buying buildings and houses. so we can still buy buildings at a low price. My house is quite nice. I live in my house together with my family and friends. This is an Art Deco house, 300 square meters at least. I bought it it at a price of less than 1,000 euro per square meter. And your friends bought a house at a price of 100. They bought a historic heritage building for 120,000 euros for 200 meters of a heritage building. That's amazing. Yeah. So people are coming back, people are returning. So there are opportunities. One can buy real estate at a very good price, and those are unusual pieces of property. In Charleroi, we had a lot of industry, and we have fantastic residencies of former industrialists, and so those sites and those territories have been renewed, and this is how we're linking to the glorious industrial past. Because in the past, industry helped to provide for the industrial economic development of Belgium. We have beautiful, amazing buildings from that epoch, and famous industrials used to live in those buildings. Thank you. It's been very interesting. I think this also refers to Nowa Huta. As far as prices are concerned, as far as property prices are concerned in Nowa Huta, they're still low. But I'm afraid we need to conclude this discussion. I just would like to ask the audience, do we have any questions to our speakers? I do not see any questions. Okay, thank you very much. There is a question. There is a question over here. I have a question about residents in those two cities. So we have a capitalist city and we have a socialist realism city. So how about their residents? Can we say that in both cases, an ideal city has been designed without thinking about residents? So ideal cities were being designed without residents in mind. Of course, there were some green spaces, green areas, and so on and so forth. However, we have this impression, at least from time to time, we have such an impression that a city was designed with some ideology in mind, aesthetics in mind, but not necessarily with residents in mind. And so I've been thinking, how about the residents? How about men, women, children, families in design? Were they being taken into consideration? If I may, but briefly, yes, I will try to be brief in giving answer to this question. Well, I think that as far as the cities are concerned, the cities that I was analyzing, I think that sometimes they were thinking about residents even to the extreme, because they were included in the representation system. So obviously, not always spaces were designed in such a way so as to make life easier. And that's quite an easy point of criticism that may be raised with regard to Soviet socialist cities. But I think that most of those cities usually are incomplete. For instance, we know that Nowa Huta was being developed on the basis of a plan that subsequently was being changed depending on the period of time. So changes were made in 1960s. Then some districts were developed in a different style or with a different purpose in mind. So it's a huge project that was being developed for decades, and it is still evolving. and I hope I'm answering your question, but I think that the way of thinking about the ground floors and the spaces, living spaces, I think that they were parts of those projects, but in many cases they were incomplete, not designed properly, or not constructed. But I do think that those cities were being designed with residents in mind. Although I cannot really compare it, Soviet cities with other cities. Yes, I would like to emphasize I would like to mention the mentality of that epoch. So it was all about modernity. And that was the type of movement that was based on modeling. So the idea was to respond to the needs of residents, and so they were trying to be as effective as possible, giving minimum space to people. But then the kitchen would be fully equipped with all the fixtures in a certain specific layout. So that so they were not working for residents, they were working for the population, general population. So someone works at a factory, some other people work at some other places, but here is a model, and it was there to stay. It was not meant to be changed. So spaces were created, flats were created with that specific model in mind. Because they had to build thousands of flats in a very short period of time. It was after the war, industrialization was progressing, the needs were huge. I do not actually remember what was it that I was giving an answer to. But basically, the idea was to create something for the population, as if the population was a homogeneous body. So those spaces and those flats were meant to be just the same for everyone. All those residential blocks were just the same. It was not about ideology. It was not about aesthetics. Well, ideology was there in that sense that everyone was meant to have the same quality and to have the same lighting. Well, in Belgium, we do not have too much sunlight, so they wanted to let in as much sunlight as possible into the flats. So they were all obsessed about equality, and then postmodernism came. And this is when individual character came into play. But now we're looking at it in a different way. So right now, what is good is that that housing is rather cheap. Young people buy the housing. They're trying to equip those flats in an individual way, and they're trying to modify those flats to suit their needs. But in the past, that was okay for the residents from those times. I mean, they didn't have imagination of how it was supposed to look like. It was up to architects. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank the audience and the speakers. Thank you very much.
Allora, buonasera a tutti e benvenuti a questa tavola.
Good evening, welcome ladies and gentlemen to a panel organized by the Italian Institute in Krakow. It's my pleasure to present to you Luigi Valerio from the University of Naples. That's the Federico II University. He's not only a consummate architect, he's more than that, much more than that, and he is responsible for the development of Riviera de Ulisse Park. It's a beautiful location between Gaeta and Sperlonga. Thank you very much and for being here, and I suggest that you go to that place. There is also Luca with us. I said it while opening the exhibition. He wrote a book about precisely Nowa Huta. He will later tell us about its content, and he is an expert in this area. The book is very useful for tourists, but not only. For everyone who's interested in modernist architecture of Nowa Huta. He teaches at the Jagiellonian University, and he is also very interested in Poland. He created La Polonia di Luca website, and it is a very interesting point of view. He is an expert in Polish. This is his field of interest. We will be talking today about modernism in the architecture of 20th century. Now the floor goes to our experts, because I believe that modernism in Italy started from the modernization of Italian society. Early in the 20th century, the development of the Nazi architecture contributed a lot to the development of art in parallel to futurism, the concept of a vertical city. Valerio, the architect and professor, will discuss the conception of your district. And I think that this was also the beginning of this architectural movement throughout Europe, in France and in Spain, that entered a dialogue with another school, namely Bauhaus. The process of modernization of life that started with futurist architecture that in a city of Rome created an entirely new district, Ur, which is a highly avant-garde district in all the senses of a word, and that is more than just a representation of the Nazi symbols of its period, but it was the first to create architectural structures that made it possible to open new spaces, the spaces of a modern new city. That's quite a radical architecture when we discuss the urban transformation of urban space. Piacentini, for example, was the architect for Via della Conciliazione, who decided to tear out an entire district, an entire 16th century quarter, and he created something modern, just the museum institutions of the Nazi regime. And I consider here even Casa del Fascio, that's the building of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and of other ministries in a city like Rome, being a symbol of architecture, being a symbol of this architecture and rebirth of Italy, revival of Italy. Please remember that Rome is the symbol of revival, and it's also a return to the past, because the revival of Foro Italico and Foro Imperiali meant the opening of entirely new urban spaces. That was precisely a model example of the Nazi ideology. Now I will give the floor to Valerio, so as not to take your time, because we don't have too much of that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ugo, for inviting me. You're the director of the Italian Culture Institute in Krakow. Can I be heard? And I would also like to thank all of you for inviting me to this place. I was trying to enter this discourse, this tale of the 20th century modernism, to find a logical starting point from which we will start the analysis of the history of architecture. At the start, I believe we should mention a number of aspects that cannot be, in this tale, that cannot be simply stopped. Well, let's start from the avant-gardes, because that's proper, that's right. Other than the Industrial Revolution, which took place late in the 19th century and which strongly changed the world and primarily changed Europe, even earlier there were artistic avant-gardes. You cannot see the representatives of all of them, but there is Expressionism, Cubism, Futurism here at the bottom. And the avant-gardes kept developing until the moment when we reached the dreams of Salvador Dali and his vision. I believe the last and fundamental avant-garde that made a mark on the art, especially in the East, is Malevich's abstraction. Top right, it's black square on the white background. All that developed along the line of reality. Reality is changing. The latest discoveries of art, of science, early 20th century, is changing. Einstein's theory of relativity and Freud's psychoanalysis changed the world. Those theories changed the concepts of art, of the avant-garde, which was no longer connected to this third Renaissance dimension. It began to deal with something else, psychology. That will have a bearing on Futurism, Cubism, abstract art, which will be the three pillars that will later be making their mark on architecture. Modernism did not make its way into architecture immediately. It was only when the architects began to develop their own concepts. Architecture had two of those fundamental currents, two pillars that are true for all 20th century architecture. Partially, even still today, architects assess these two large pillars of architecture, of contemporary architecture. They say, yes, that's it. Now, one of them is the organic architecture. That's the architecture that follows what Wright defined as a living organism. That's architecture connected to nature, to expression of how architects interpreted nature. You can see here several copies. I only placed two specimens, sorry, not copies of Wright, but there are far more such examples, such cases. I'm moving very fast forward in my story. What Wright considered absolutely fundamental for architecture is shown here in two works that come from two periods of his work. The first is a cascade house that makes allusion to a family, to tribe, to the origin. And the other is architecture that simply interprets the natural forms. In case of Guggenheim Museum, that's a snail. And on the other hand, with Gaudi, these are those strictly naturalistic forms. Gaudi goes even further. Gaudi uses the elements that are this natural landscape as architecture. Then we have an entirely different approach, which we could call proto-rationalism. And that means Vienna. Primarily those two architects, Floris and Josef Hoffmann, are the ones who start the path towards rationalism. What is rationalism? That's architecture that rationalizes, that leaves the past in the back behind, that doesn't consider reality. All the abstracts, all the avant-gardes actually break away from reality. That was their purpose, break away from the past. And that's precisely the first attempt. The first attempt at this Viennese secession is something that starts in later architecture. There are those belts of windows on the facades, a structure that has this alien edit element. These are the facades that are not identical, that have various distinctive features, although apparently they are highly regular. And this architecture stands in opposition to that of the past. And in this way, we have reached something that I believe to be the most important element in the history of modern architecture. I believe, years since then, we should thank two architects. We should thank Walter Gropius, and the other to thank is Le Corbusier. Gropius introduced two elements that we now have practically in our daily lives, something that's become ordinary. I keep on telling it to young people and students. The latch was developed precisely here. The latch on the door. It was developed in the only school where you were taught from the design to implementation. If something didn't work in practice, you took a step back and redesigned it. This is precisely the school where from the start they understood that to break away from the architecture of the past you need to experiment. Experiments had to take place precisely here. And that resulted in plentiful attempts and projects that later made an impact on the whole current architecture. That must be this moment when the architects began to cooperate. And alas, what came after the Weimar Republic, especially the Nazi period, not only closed the school but also removed it. Bauhaus really was wiped off the face of this earth. We only see the photographs of this first preliminary project and basically nothing more. That was an uncanny experience, and I don't think that something like that can ever return again. What did they want to teach from the point of view of architecture? Usefulness, usability, functionality. These were the prime elements of buildings. There was this International Congress of Architecture where they must have designed the most important key elements, key for Bauhaus. And here they come. I don't believe that it would be possible today to design, to have a group of architects to design an entire settlement. Here you had 6, if not even 7 of them. Mies van der Rohe, who was a member of that group, developed this project. It's called Les Siedlungen, and it just means settlements. And the entire group of architects, Taut, Le Corbusier, Charon, and even Walter Gropius, and he just employed them. That settlement is something they created. It had its logic, it had its system. You can enjoy it or not, but that's what the experiment is based on. After the Second World War, I believe there are only parts 1 to 4 that have survived, the ones that were designed by Mies van der Rohe himself. The others were destroyed. War necessarily caused plentiful damage in Germany as well as in Italy. Damage covered plentiful buildings. What you can see here are those sections that were designed by the remaining architects, and these are here marked on the plan. You can see them in the picture. The central one is Le Corbusier, who made a tremendous contribution to contemporary architecture. We have just reached the second fundamental and different architect who truly revolutionized architecture. Le Corbusier did not make his own drawings. All he did was sketching. He created those huge drawings, but he did not draw himself. He did not have this technical line because Le Corbusier was a painter, and it was only much later that he switched codes. And he left to us principles which he used for design, but primarily after his Bauhaus experience, he dealt with the minimum dimensions of architecture that would serve the human. He worked on modular buildings, and those modules belong to the past in a way, because it was already the Renaissance that developed those modular dimensions. Vitruvius, for example, spoke of the Golden Division. Also Leonardo discussed it with his Vitruvian Man. Now, in him, the dimensions were measured a bit differently than in Le Corbusier. Le Corbusier starts his measurements from an average man with a raised hand and says that when architects design whole settlements, buildings, anything that is inside must be based on those dimensions. The height of the window, the height of the ceiling, the group of people who must breathe inside, they define the size of the room. And Le Corbusier discussed that standardization of architectural elements. And what comes in here is that story, that tale. I'd like to give it some more time, but unfortunately there is no time precisely for that. Actually, Le Corbusier is the one to create the unit. He created 2 residential units, considering how you live. And he discussed things. He made a dialogue with space, with how much space, how much area does a human take. A lot is being said about it in the cities. Tall buildings, high-rise, low-rise. In the US, this vertical development was very fashionable for a very long time. It developed at the time. Now, Le Corbusier worked on lower forms, purely utopian, ideal forms, I'd say. By the way, it's highly interesting. You can see, by the way, the residential unit that Le Corbusier designed. I don't know whether it's visitable, his model house, but he, in a way, created a whole series of various elements of those residential units. But he wanted to use those also to create public buildings, utility buildings. These were to be more than just residential ones. He really sailed into utopia. into designing things that were never completed because these were things difficult to complete. There were plentiful structures that he wanted that would be really answering the needs of the contemporary human. This is how we reached the requirements of Italian realism. Our avant-garde in Italy was futurism. In Italy, after the experience of futurism, after the Futurist Manifesto, we simply moved on to rationalist architecture, slightly different, somewhat standing in opposition to the abstract, one that in a way follows Malevich and the Russian constructivism. It is a classicism that within the entire system of our fascist Italian architecture will find various reflections. This is a campus in Rome and Eur, the district that Hugo already discussed. The architects, I mean, are Terragni and Piacentini. They use reinforced concrete, ferroconcrete, iron, glass. These are their materials. And even here, do we see that they're trying, especially Terragni, tries to make use in this rationalist architecture they create. Partly, they try to introduce those concepts that Le Corbusier discussed. You see those elements, those Corbusierian elements primarily in the facades. Today, rationalist architecture is strongly connected to specific cities, to the cities that are developed from scratch, that are developed anew. A new city is a bit different. It's highly linear. It is something that allows regaining the antique concept of an agora, of a forum, adding this utopian, I'd say socialist element in this new type of a city that is developed from scratch.
Now, we're moving on from rationalism and Italian fascism to constructivism. Russian constructivism is also originates in Bauhaus. Malevich was there, and Malevich understood that in its abstraction he can use Bauhaus elements, so some basic elements. So this is a type of architecture completely devoid of any decorations. Unfortunately, since the revolution until World War II, we have but a few examples of architecture from that period of time. So basically, this is what you can see on the slide. So they're the only examples of Russian constructivism. And later on, this trend was transformed into these buildings that are very well known to you. So those are ubiquitous buildings, and they're still habitated, and they were being built right after the end of World War II. And there were merely elements of structures in which, so in fact they were creating common living spaces, but also they were creating public utility buildings in this style. And later, new blocks were developed, new residential buildings were developed. They called the Khrushchevka buildings. And those this is quite simple architecture. So there is a balcony, and they have some protruding structures. But in fact, all of those buildings were made of prefabricated blocks. So those buildings were built to realize some specific plans and ideas. And in order to conclude this overview of architecture and cities, I would like to remind you of the 4 basic types of cities. So the first type would be a chessboard. And this is in fact the Greek model, cross-grid. So the American continent and the modern world has been planned in this grid way. We have a linear city. And it's just like Europe, although they really didn't make it because there is only one line that is along the main axis. Then we have radiocentric city that radiates, and it goes around a central square radial city that it uses the old central part and then develops all around. So Paris is an example of that, because boulevards around the old town, they always go as if towards, and so writer is experimenting with this fantastic city and is trying, Le Corbusier is also trying to address this challenge. But I think that in Brazil, the new capital was built on the basis of this idea, of this concept. So Le Corbusier had those ideas of pedestrian zones and axes going along the major streets, but right went onwards. And so there we go. That is the concept that we probably talking about here. It's the garden city. That is the idea that originated in the United Kingdom. The idea was that in the vicinity of old and industrial sites, they would develop green areas. So districts were connected to each other with some public transport routes, so that one could easily reach a city center, but they were separated with green areas. So this is Nowa Huta, and this is in fact the layout that's been inspired by the Dutch, Amsterdam. And the Dutch were fairly early on interested in the development of new towns and new districts. And so this is what we see. Here's the central axis, and we see other streets radially moving out of this central square, and therefore we see more buildings. So, to conclude, today, we know that what is quite important is the issue of the environment. Therefore, we need to return back to the green spaces. Green spaces should permeate the city. Modern architects have interesting concepts of erecting greenhouses. They're using spaces already within buildings so as to make cities more environment friendly, to make them greener. And I think that indeed we are moving on towards naturalizing buildings and houses. And we are also introducing the vegetation into the streets that lead from the city center to the peripheries. So those streets should become environmental corridors, and the cities are going to develop then when from a periphery to the city center, we could actually travel and listen to bird song moving on along the main roads, because those are the symbols of nature. And in fact, nature should return to the cities in the future. And I do hope that this is going to be the case. Thank you. Thank you. Valerio has already introduce us to the topic of Nowa Huta. So Luca, and then you will have also time for the discussion. Right, let me begin. I would like to welcome everyone. Good evening. I would like to thank you, and I would like to thank the organizers for this great opportunity. I'd like to thank the Institute of Italian Culture, and I would like say that I'm passionate about the Polish language. I'm passionate about Poland, and I would like to show our guests, our Italian guests, what modernism is in Poland. I also would like to introduce our Italian guests to Poles. Perhaps they could discover the gems of modernism that are in Poland. Modernism in Poland is divided into two stages. Stage one is the Second Republic of Poland, and here, in this case, we have many examples of modernism, just like in other European cities. So we have this postulate that refers to light and green spaces and economy of space. All of that is to be found in Poland, and undoubtedly we also have examples in which they say that ornamentation is something forbidden, that it should be done away with. Therefore, they had rather negative outlook on the buildings from the end of the century. And of course, it was all interlinked with Polish geopolitics, because that was the time when they were building neo-Baroque buildings, and later on even in the Liberty style. But at that time, Poland was not on the map. So in fact, that was the result of different influences of Russian, Prussian, or Austrian influences. But traditionally, politically speaking, Poland had always been rather Francophile. So they were more prone to Le Corbusier's influences, and less so they were lenient to German influences. At that time, architecture had its function, obviously. So architecture was meant to be useful architecture, architecture that would help to create spaces to live in, livable places. But Polish architects were patriotic, and in fact, there was a new style. And so the Poles suggested their own style, and they also discarded some other styles because they were linking to the times of the partition of Poland, that is, to the times when there was no country. So all those modernism realizations started mushrooming all over Poland in different Polish towns. So that was the concept of urban development in Poland that de facto was very much present throughout the 20th century in all bigger cities. But in Poland we have three most important places where modernism was developing in a special place, that is Katowice in the south. We also have Warsaw, that's the capital city, and we have Gdynia in the north. So the reasons are geopolitical, and as I've said before, we need to take into consideration geopolitical factors as well. So Katowice became part of Poland in 1922. So some parts of Silesia remained in Germany, but Silesia, together with Katowice, after Silesian uprisings, moved to Poland. And here we see already industrial development. Therefore, we have this special moment of time, and it's a special place. Namely, they had to show that Katowice was different from the other part of Silesia that was in Germany. So this is a site, that's a city in Poland. It's a Silesian voivodeship region, so they're autonomous Silesians, but in Poland. So there is this sense of competition. competition against other towns, such as Gliwice or Bytom. So Silesia at that time was changing, and so Silesia all of a sudden turned into one big construction site. It's quite important. That was an impulse given by Warsaw. The objective was to reinforce Polish identity in that region, and the point was to show the strength of Poland and to show modernity of Poland. And therefore, this is what was happening in Silesia. So here we see some examples of modernism in the cities of Katowice and Chorzów. So to the left, you can see a very famous tower block in Katowice. That building was used as an office building. So in fact, the entire building was used by offices. However, still, you can see that there is a residential part to it as well, because as far as the top floors are concerned, those were the flats where clerks lived, who worked downstairs. Now that's Chorzów, and in fact this is a fairly well-developed part of town. There are many examples of modernist architecture. So we can imagine that in Poland, in that period of time, modernism was primarily used in the development of public utility buildings. For instance, the Parliament building or municipal offices, regional offices, all of that had to be rebuilt, and modernism is out there. So there was a great opportunity to rebuild everything in modernist style. And just like any city, just like any industrial city, be it Katowice, Chorzów, or Zagreb, there are many different examples of such modernist buildings. So modernism was an alternative also to private housing. For instance, here we have the postulate of light and we have the postulate of green areas. So they started developing winter gardens, but in some cases it was a sort of a hybrid solution, so with an add-on of historicism. So for instance, that Silesian Parliament. Today, this is the seat of regional authorities, and here we see very strong modernist features. But apart from that, we see historicism as well, and the point was to show the presence of Poland. So the point was to show the presence of autonomy, and the point was to underscore patriotism. So this is a large and very sad example of modernism. That is Silesian Museum, which unfortunately was demolished in 1939. But this is the essence of modernist postulates. But then, on the other hand, that was the imposition of the Polish character in this region. It's monumental. This building is monumental, that's true. But it's facing upwards, and it's quite unusual that it does contain include some ornamentation with bas-reliefs. So there was a figure of a miner and 3 women, Silesian women, so as to show this folk character of that region and to underscore its cultural autonomy. But unfortunately, this is a sad example, because during the time of occupation in the period 1939-1940, this building was demolished, precisely due to it being a symbol of Polish character, because it was there to serve as a symbol for Silesian identity, and therefore the Nazis decided to demolish the building, and it was demolished by prisoners from Auschwitz who were brought them to demolish the building. There were different ideas later on to rebuild the building. However, it has never happened. And so they actually decided to build another building for the museum. Undoubtedly, this is a building known to architects and known to scientists, because this is one of very good examples. But then on the other hand, that is rather foregone example of Polish modernism. So, what is the message of modernism? It's a political message, but also we have some other examples.
Questo stile.
This is a Wisła, and this is presidential residence in Wisła. That palace was built so as to be in certain opposition to Habsburg's buildings, and the whole point was to emphasize the Polish character in Silesia, because as we know, those territories used to be partitioned. And this actually is one of the few examples of this type of modernist palace or modernist castle, one of the rare examples. And this is yet another city that I have already mentioned, that's Gdynia. Gdynia, therefore, that's a port city, it's on the coast, and Gdynia was developed very quickly in the 1920s of the previous century. And so geopolitically, again, we have to see that that was a statement that Poland had access to the sea at long last, a short stretch of coast, but the city was growing very rapidly. That was the only seaport in the Second Republic of Poland, and so the point was to develop an international seaport. So this is quite a gem of modernism, because it reflects the position of the city, because the city was developing, was living, was breathing, and it was all about the sea. So here we see light forms of buildings. Buildings are light, and that links to marine elements. So, for instance, one of the most important examples of buildings from that period of time, that was the Polish insurance company office, and there were some other office companies in that building. But we can see this in some other buildings as well. So there are some links that would refer to something that is connected to ponds, for instance, round forms. Oh, how about this building? In fact, it's reminiscent of a ship. It's wide, spacious windows, rounded forms, and sometimes quite on the contrary, some forms would be quite sharp. It's depending on what the reference was made to. Was it a reference to the depending on the part of the ship it was making reference to, for instance, Captain Bridge, like on old ships. And of course, we also have a mast with a flag. But then downstairs we can see how this lower part of the building, which actually is earmarked for commerce. So there we have some shops and some offices. So there are large shop windows, but the color is dark. So this creates certain contrast. So on the one hand, we have this very much lively form of a building, but this dark color downstairs is reminiscent of a sea. So in fact, this building eventually does look like a ship on the sea. So again, let me reiterate, the buildings in Gdynia many times are reminiscent of the form of ships. For instance, another house, that is the sailor's house, again rounded forms, big windows, round windows, oblong windows, and those are the balconies, and those balconies look like sea waves. That is very well seen on this picture. And yet another example, not only public buildings, but also residential buildings have exactly the same features. But how about villas? There is an entire district, rich district in Gdynia, and there we have one family detached houses, villas, Those villas are situated in the vicinity of the sea. So the sea means space. There is a lot of green there. And this house, as we can see, it's not a tall building, it's rather horizontal building. And so this is this type of aesthetics, it's elegance that is making a reference to French avant-garde. Now, let's talk about Warsaw, because my time is already short, so I really do not want to talk too long about it. But Warsaw, as we know, is the capital of Poland, and Warsaw has this complex of splendor. It's got to be splendid.
Because London in the 19th century was this architectural model, then Paris. Many cities followed suit. For example, Bucharest, after Romania became independent, developed in this way. Warsaw stayed until 1918 under the Russian sway, so when the empires were falling, the city began to suffer from that complex of provinciality, also at the artistic level. Many scientists call it this splendor complex. Warsaw really needed a rebirth, a good start, which would come with modernism. This would be visible in primarily new districts of Warsaw. Here we can see Żoliborz. Żoli is a district of colonies, those minor districts. Architects would return to that idea after the Second World War as well. Kraków also had its chapter here. People from Kraków know perfectly well that we're talking here about the second ring road. That's the Aleje, not the Plantegarden ring, but the one that's a bit further away with the Jagiellonian Library, National Museum, Collegium Śląskie, and so forth. However, together with the remaining three cities, that's a modernism that follows the development of the city that is growing throughout the 20th century. Then come the time of the Second World War, the war that swept Warsaw entirely from the face of this earth. The city was later reconstructed. In Warsaw, after the war, there were two currents. There is the conservative one that would like to save whatever can be saved and reconstruct what can be reconstructed. An office was made for the BOS, the Office for Reconstruction of the capital city, and then there was this tabula rasa, the white sheet, that by way of paradox was an opportunity to recreate, rebuild the city, but also have space for fantasy, flights of fantasy of the architects. There was an idea to create this monumental alley that would lead to the new district called Józef Piłsudski district. That idea was partially, let me reiterate, partially to the proportions Gardé, recreated partially in MDM, in the incomplete district, providing a perfect socialist realism. It's also called socialist classicism and Stalinist Gothic. In Italian, that's a bit of disdain in the word. Well, in Kraków, in turn, we have Nowa Huta, socialist realist. As I said, is also called sometimes socialist classicism. It is not something that was developed just after 1945. That one was this transitory period, and this pre-war modernism still sent messages to modern architects, and it was still followed. architecture imported from the Soviet Union would only find its way slightly later. Now, Nowa Huta is one of the best examples of this art. The fundamental grounds for this in architecture was the nationalism of form. There was some freedom in developing that form, but the content was to be communist. The party took over the entire reign, the entire rule, so socialism became the only binding style, which of course meant death of modernism, its absolute death. Now, was it really the case? Let's see together, because in architecture it is monumental, it is bombastic, full, brimming with detail, and we know that this national form was a particular permission on behalf of the Soviet authorities for inspirations with earlier elements that were present in the history of a given territory, in this case of Poland. For example, in Nowa Huta we have the arcades, we have the central square, we know it all, this representative entrance to the city, the stately entrance to the city. Now, those arcades are a perfect reminder of neoclassicism, of a piano nobile. Just like on the first floor, we have those porte-fenêtres in the piano nobile architecture. Outside, the buildings of Nowa Huta are Renaissance-like. They are like Palazzo in Fortezza, Italian buildings of the time of the Renaissance. We can also see here the impact of Renaissance with the domes. And in the beginning we said we were still in this transitory period when architecture was not yet fully modernist, it was not yet fully socialist realist. Nowa Huta was developed in a very special place. Was it to destroy Kraków, or was logistics the reason here? Proximity of the Vistula, of routes, of mineral deposits, of the mines of Silesia, and then the proximity of a city that could provide simply the workforce, and then the area, Małopolska, with its dense settlement. So we are here in a hybrid between the modernism of the time between the two world wars and the heritage of industrial cities of Poland. It is inspired by Nikiszowiec, by Silesia, so buildings don't have many floors. But first of all, they are drowned in greenery. One of the features of Nowa Huta is that it is actually a garden city. In all those years when the socialist realism was triumphant, when the Palace of Culture was built in Warsaw, as well as the Marszałkowska residential district, known for its abbreviation as MDM, we can see here links to modernism that I would call this hidden modernism. You can see it in the structure. Another assumption here was access to the services. Every district of such a city was based on the neighborhood. It's really an American idea, not Soviet, against what you could think. Each such unit should have a health center, primary school, and also primary school and kindergarten. Let's see the balcony here, for example. We see it here on the bottom picture. It's suspended in the space, and it's here to add as much light as possible. Years were passing by. Socialist realism proved to be very expensive as a style. Then de-Stalinization began, and we see how this history was reflected in the buildings. Świt Cinema, still built in the climate of socialist realism, but Światowid, built later after the thaw, is really poorer in the form. There are no balconies, there are no protrusions, the attic is missing, or the parapet wall over the attic is missing. And that happens for two reasons. The first is something that's always present, lack of funds. The other reason, 1956, the thaw, the Polish October, was the time when Poland began to move away from that style, and finally there was some freedom in architectural creations, which meant that architects could reject the socialist realism. Thus, Nowa Huta is not socialist realist, but under that guise, already at that time, it concealed some modernist features. Let's now see how in the recent years of development of Nowa Huta, how the settlements were built. We had Buniato decorated buildings in one of those areas that was pretending that they had stone overlays. That was a style that followed pre-war Warsaw. There were air raid shelters for all those buildings, and that proved that we were in the days of Cold War. So we had socialist realism. That's the first thing we have in our head when we arrive in Nowa Huta. We know it's monolithic, we know it's monumental, but actually we find references here to various times, various periods. There are the first worker districts built according to socialist realism, but we also have modernism here. After 1956, there was a strong return to modernism reinterpreted through socialism. We can see it here in the first plane, the central square surrounded by more monumental buildings, and helicopter on the first plane. The building that clearly stands out is very high and has a modernist roof. Let's see the helicopter once again. This roof in this opposite rhythm of windows on the facade offers a contrast between the verticalism of the facade and horizontal section, service section, which is strongly lit through those huge windows. At more or less the same time, there was the return of Western ideas, Western concepts. I'm sorry, we have skipped some things. Sorry, this presentation was made in a different suite, so some of those captions are hard to read. This is the so-called Swiss block. It was not only built of concrete elements, but it also took over this rhythmic pattern of the windows, and it becomes broken. Those angles are not fully geometrical, and they break its monotony and repeatability. That's the French block, also known as experimental, designed by Chodorowski. Historically, Nowa Huta was not only a tale of passage and transformations in the history of art that took place in modernism, but it's also a lesson in the history of Poland. We have entered the time after the thaw, and you can see it in the architecture of this building. Let's go back to the architecture of the French building. The whole ground floor is designed for services. Services also have windows on the sides. This is a clear link to the modernism in Warsaw. Modernism is history. Modernism is, for example, school number 87, a fantastic example of the so-called millennium schools. In 1966, Poland celebrated the millennium of its baptism. To cover the religious nature of celebrations, as part of the propagandist effort, communism decided to build 1,000 modernist schools throughout Poland. There were more of them than 1,000, actually. The schools in Nowa Huta, especially the school number 87, were built in the area where they really wanted to have the first church. In 1960, on 27th of April, the first protests started, the first fights for the church in Nowa Huta. Obviously, there was no permit for a building of that type, and then all those grassroots movements were pacified by the police. The Millennium Schools are a strong example of modernism serving education. They could be very easily transformed into military hospitals. I'm not going to dwell upon that too long. They had those features in their construction that made them easily turned into hospitals in case of another war. A church that was not built in the location of the school was finally completed a bit further away, outside the so-called Od-Nowa Huta. In the newer sections we have the Ark of the Lord, a very clear link to Le Corbusier. This similarity is visible. That's inspiration with Le Corbusier's modernism and fight for freedom. Nowa Huta expands beyond this original fan. It had that fan shape in the beginning. It's growing, and it moves towards the practical, prefabricated, so-called great slab construction. That's how we call those prefabricated panels. So it's really panel buildings. In Czechoslovakia, those buildings are called panelaki. We have this rhythmical facade, and there's more and more freedom in building those residential settlements. May I finish my presentation with an example from Warsaw, because you know Nowa Huta. Let's now get back to Warsaw. Warsaw remains the capital, and all the major Polish cities have now plenty of examples for that Polish People's Republic modernism. The question is what to do about that heritage, because it's badly unwanted, because it's connected to this period of dictatorship, sorrowful past and sad moments. On the other hand, it's a very important proof of the talent of the Polish architects, of their skill, of their interpretation, of their vision in the political and economic context, which was very complex, which enforced certain limitations where materials were lacking, money was lacking. So we also see the genius of some of those who were actually capable of showing the solutions in which they really could do a lot despite the lack of financing. There's the Palace of Culture, symbol of the Soviet occupation of the Stalinist days. Around there was to be a whole complex of socialist realist buildings. Luckily, the project was never fulfilled, and as a consequence, what was developed in that space was the so-called eastern wall of Marszałkowska Street, and that was where many architects could use their talent and creativity. Karpiński here created one of the largest works of Polish communist modernism. Today, the Eastern Wall is already part of architectural heritage. It is protected. Karpiński created a node. You can see this rotunda. The rotunda is by a roundabout with the famous sawtooth roof. It is adjacent to a tall building which made it possible to admire the fantastic modernist building from above. Next to it, there are three relatively low buildings that were not called trade centers, but just houses with goods. And later, some residential buildings were developed. Between them, there was a particular boulevard where you could walk. That was in turn a Dutch inspiration. They had those in Rotterdam, and further away there were residential buildings. The rhythm was given by those three verticals of the residential blocks, which do not stand ideally along the axis. When we face them, we can see more buildings which look a bit like the wings of a theater. So you enter something that is the stage of the grand theater of a city. I'll just show two examples and I'll be through, I promise. This is the building of Supersam, destroyed in 2006. That was one of the most interesting examples of post-war modernism in Poland. There's the Katowice train station as well. What to do with this heritage? This is a real destruction because, all things told, Katowice had a compromise. The famous chalices that were a symbol of the station remained, but the rest of the building was demolished. Where is the problem? The problem is that there is no current in architecture that would be better or worse. Modernism of the communist times cannot be concerned worse. There can be worse buildings and better buildings as well, of course, as it happened also in other currents, in other styles. But alas, until recently, there was no list of buildings that would be protected. Often also at the local level, a certain liberalism of the local governments selected for protection the buildings which were less characteristic, less valuable than others, which in turn underwent demolition. These are those huge chalices that were retained. After many protests, they were composed into the new solid. We have Emilia in the center of Warsaw. Now it is being replaced by a skyscraper, and Emilia was taken apart, and probably it will be rebuilt at another location. A particular compromise, the discussion is open.
Also, we have examples of almost brutalism. The question is, preserve them or not? And in the 1970s, brutalism was one of the trends in modernism. In here, there is a lot of polemics. For instance, we have a Forum Hotel in Krakow in a very bad shape. It's been locked for years. Or how about the Dom Towarowy in Mława? I think this is yet another example, things to think about. We need to do some research and to take a decision, and perhaps we need to do a description first and then decide what needs preservation and what not. I do apologize for quite a lengthy presentation, but thank you very much for your kind attention. Great, wonderful presentation, very interesting lecture. And now let us open a brief discussion. I just would like to say one more thing. You mentioned Warsaw. After World War II, as far as the reconstruction of Warsaw is concerned, this is when the debate took place. Already then, they asked a question, to rebuild or not. Should we rebuild the way it was and where it was or not? That was a very strong point in discussion, and this is something that that was a topic being discussed all over Europe. And at that time, there was a very important episode took place at St. Mark's Square in Venice. There, in fact, the bell tower almost collapsed. So the question was whether they should rebuild the bell tower exactly in the way it used to look like, or maybe in a different way. So they took a decision, just like it was decided in Warsaw, to rebuild it back in the same way. So this is what later on was called as the last card of the reconstruction of Venice. And I do apologize, but I will have to finish this topic. So this Venice card, right? The Charter, the Venice Charter, that was the Venice Charter, was the last point of time. So now the question is, we have this hotel and we have some other buildings. What should we do about them? Should they be preserved or not? I think they should be preserved. Maybe they will have to be somehow renewed. Maybe they will have to become part of something else, because this is history of architecture. This is history of those cities. And I would like to ask a question, because modernism is also transformation. It's about demographic transformation, and we know Le Corbusier shows that very well. So those people who visit such buildings, they understand that those flats are really small in those buildings, and that is because that was the time of a demographic boom. So let's see if we have some people in the room who would like to speak. Together with us, we have an architect, Botti, Mr. Botti. He works in Basilicata, that is in the south of Italy, and perhaps he may speak about these topics. Yes, thank you very much for giving me the floor. And I really think that currently the conditions for the work of architects are becoming more and more dramatic. I have listened to these wonderful presentations by our two architects, by our two specialists. And as I'm looking at those pictures, I do realize that on none of those pictures do I see any pictures of cars. Have you realized that we haven't seen any cars, but now as we drive around all those cities, European cities, basically, it's all those cities are filled with cars. So cars, vehicles are monsters that eat away our space. Cars eat away parks. Parks are turned into car parks. Entire big areas of land are eaten away by car parks and cars. This is horrible. And if we look at what is happening, we will see that de facto, practically each week, we see new car models appearing in the market, but people are just thrilled by those cars. They love the cars. And we saw a man who got off a beautiful black shiny car, and he was very happy, and he was looking carefully at his car, and then he wiped the bonnet of his car clean because there was a drop of water on it. So most probably that car for him is great love. His car is his great love and pride. That big, black, beautiful car. So this is just I wanted to add this remark. Yes, thank you very much. Let's see if anyone else would like to ask a question. Right, from my experience, I can say that the real new thing that I have seen recently is something in Australia. There, they solved the problem with cars. And in fact, everyone there is walking on foot. It's in the city center of Krakow, it's almost the same story. But in Australia, cars can be used only in specific places with specific speed. And I would like to say that Australians, in this case, are really being attentive about making serious about making their cities free of cars, and people can walk around beautiful hills and parks and places in the cities. And that is the city that is obviously on the coast. This is a great example where they're being careful about the city. But here in Italy, we're not careful, and in Italy, we're very much attached to. We're very much attached to cars. We cannot get rid of the cars, unfortunately. And if we think of the most recent realizations, architectural realizations, remember in the vicinity of Genoa, a bridge collapsed a couple of years ago, and again, nothing innovative appeared there. There is nothing new out there. Yes, please. Bardzo dziękuję. Bardzo uważnie Państwa słuchałem. Bardzo dziękuję za ciekawe prezentacje.
Extremely important question that is important for all the countries of the former East, but also for us in Austria and Italy. Destroy it or conserve it, right? And in Vienna, we've had cases of 2 railway stations, which you may know, the Southern Railway Station and the Western Railway Station, both of which were bombed in the war, so they had to be rebuilt. Both were real, symbols of rebuilding Austria in the 1950s. I always found the Southern Railway Station terrible. An empty space, huge, windy, hobos, so not a place to be. And it was actually destroyed about 15 years ago or 10 years ago and rebuilt to be the new central railway station. On the contrary, the Western Railway Station is under protection, has been refurbished, and is an excellent example of post-war industrial architecture. So I think that point, and I think in Austria sometimes things get destroyed that shouldn't be, but I think we've reached a point where we say, okay, we need to look at modernist architecture, also modern architecture. Is it worth keeping or not? Just because it's old, it doesn't mean it's good. Just because it's new, it doesn't mean it's bad. What I feel, and maybe some of the Polish guests here have an attitude to that, I feel sometimes in Poland, anything because it was communist is bad, so it needs to go. And to respond to the question from the other panel, I think the fascination with Nowa Huta for us is there's value in the architecture, there's value in the urban layout, which is why it is interesting to us. And so that question, can Poland find a way of saying, well, this is a communist building, but it is really worth keeping and we'll repurpose it? I think that to me is an important question that, of course, only the Polish citizenry can answer, but to me that's a very important point.
Sí.
We will reply in Italian, undoubtedly. So, yes, you're absolutely right. This is very important. We need to preserve, and on the other hand, there is this tendency to destroy. But there are some other reasons. Let me quote Philip Springer. He is a Polish author who says that some buildings were ill-born. Those are the buildings from the communist epoch. They were ill-born. And the context in which those buildings were created dooms those buildings. They're doomed to be hated. The context is so important, so the context needs to be taken into consideration. We need, for instance, how about millennium schools? And if we have more than 1,000 millennium schools, then we have to do a little bit of research, or rather a lot of research. Even if there is a Monuments of Arts conservator should not take a one-person decision about such buildings. We need to do research and to see which of those buildings are more valuable. Perhaps some of the buildings need to be demolished, and some buildings should stay in a context, in a cultural context. Another point is the economic pressure. I showed the Emilia Pavilion. The Emilia Pavilion was disassembled, most probably it will be rebuilt, but on a different site. It used to be in the very city center in Warsaw. It was opposite the Palace of Culture and Science. Now the plot there is really expensive. The land is worth of gold there. You mentioned the railway stations. Yes, it's important to take care of railway buildings because those buildings are ill-treated. They're not really taken care of, many times for ideological reasons. And so now if those buildings are not taken care of, it means that those buildings fall into disrepair. They become dirty, smelly, and this building attracts doubtful types of people, so to speak. And so in the public opinion, sooner or later, this building is doomed to demolition. Now, speaking of railway stations, I just thought of Warsaw Central Railway Station. You definitely know that station, don't you? And again, there were voices there. Some people actually wanted to demolish the building entirely. Later on, it was renovated. They changed it. They modernized the building. And now there are no opinions who would claim that this building needs to be demolished. So if we take care of those buildings, if we do not forget about these buildings, although sometimes for ideological reasons some buildings are doomed to be forgotten, then we still can preserve those buildings. Me, as a researcher, it's important to find good motivation, to do good research, to see the many different aspects of a building, to have a look at it from many different directions. And speaking of post-war Europe, in Italy, all of that was before the war is not touched, and no one says that anything needs to be demolished as far as pre-war architecture in Italy is concerned. Yes, indeed, in Italy they do not demolish buildings, the already existing buildings. That is because the conservators are very much bound by complicated provisions of the law. And even industrial spaces have become difficult to change because we also have some cultural identity inbuilt in such buildings. They are the carriers of history, and you're right. We do not demolish such buildings, but sometimes we leave those buildings aside to degrade into nothingness, and that is pointless. And this is what we're facing in Italy. And young architects, they're trying to somehow take care of the already existing buildings, but our funds are limited. And if a building or if a chimney stays out there, such a chimney may become a very interesting element of a modern piece of architecture. But if it stays there, out there, without any being taken care of, it may become a dangerous object structure. And just one more point. I just would like to make a reference to the situation of people who live in Nowa Huta. So there is this heritage, and that's quite a architectural gem. So we have a really special district, residential district here, and we also we see that in Nowa Huta they are using different styles. There is postmodernism, for instance. I have not spoken about postmodernism today, but there is a reason why the district was developed to begin with. It's because of the steelworks. So there is this big discussion about changing this site, this industrial site, because there is this site where, that housed the largest steelworks in Poland. Now it belongs to ArcelorMittal. Inside, on that site, many buildings have already been demolished. There used to be a big five blast furnaces. One of them is being conserved. So this is a very complex issue. And it means that first we need to do some really deep conservation research, but also it needs a lot of money. And of course, many things could be done. For instance, we have Bilbao, for instance, and tomorrow, undoubtedly, we're going to talk about Bilbao. For instance, we have the example of Ostrava. We have an example of Witkowice. That is the area that has been preserved and then transformed. So this is how cities transform. We have gentrification processes going on. So we do not have in Nowa Huta people who actually established Nowa Huta. Nowa Huta is 72 years old, so there is a new generation here, and this new generation actually likes this idea of having a lot of greenery, having an access, having this district surrounded by greenery. So many ideas, many concepts have been preserved. So I do hope that on the steelworks site they will be capable of preserving quite many elements. Bilbao is quite an important element, and the Spanish are going to talk about Bilbao tomorrow. Luca, before we finish, where can we find your book about Nowa Huta? It's in Italian, obviously. Yes, exactly. I wrote this book in Italian. That's a monography about an ideal city. So I am telling this story, I'm telling about architectural postulates, and I'm offering 2 trails to visit Nowa Huta, and also mentioning some sociological aspects. I'm talking about the pioneers. I'm speaking of gentrification of Nowa Huta. And at the end of the book, I have a literary story and a question. Can Nowa Huta be a town of literature? Yeah. How about Petersburg? Petersburg is such a city. Can an industrial city turn into a literary city? Nowa Huta is young. It's well lit, at least in it was lit by the light of communists, but Kapuściński, Szymborska, Mrożek wrote about Nowa Huta. Initially, they were writing positively about it, then they changed their mind. But anyway, there is this literature that glorifies this city as an ideal city. And here, just would like to mention about this book to Mr. Bieskowski, who is the deputy mayor devoted to culture. Perhaps we should organize this festival, Nowa Huta Reads. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and goodbye.